Hello, and welcome to The Blank Potato, where the lines between reality and terror are blurred. This is a place where the darkness consumes all and the unknown whispers secrets in your ear. But don't be afraid, for you are safe here with me. I will guide you through these tales of horror and terror and help you find solace in the shadows. So close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let yourself be transported to a world where anything is possible and nothing is certain. Sleep well, my friends. The title of this next story is Hide and Seek. My mother always made me play hide and seek with her. It was just her and me, and we played at 9. Each time, without failure, she told me to ignore her during the game. She told me that she would purposefully try to trick me, but, if you really wanted to trick somebody, why tell them anything? We played in the park. I thought this was normal. I knew other families didn't do this, but at the same time, I thought there was nothing wrong with us doing it. I liked the park after all. During the night, the air was so fresh, and it was silent, and the trees seemed larger than usual. She counted down from 100, giving me ample time to run away. My general competitiveness always made me run away, and as far away as I could. I'd find some space behind many trees, and I'd lie down. The park was large, but somehow my mother would always manage to walk past me at least 3 times in those 20 minutes. I'd always hear her speaking as she walked past me. "Come out, Clara. Clara, please come out. I'm sick of this stupid game, Clara. It's cold and I just want to go home." I ignored her. When we first started with the games, I'd been foolish enough to leave my hiding spot. My mother's face immediately turned into one of fury. She'd walk up and grab me tightly by the shoulder as she scolded me relentlessly. "I told you not to listen to me, didn't I?" She would drag me back to the car and ignore me until the next day when we played. I didn't know why she did it. After I'd stopped listening to her during the 20 minutes of game time, it would no longer trick me. I knew she was lying, and it simply seemed like a waste of breath and energy to keep calling out for me. She got angry when she found me too. The park was a huge place, and if she hid somewhere, I would never find her. But somehow, my mother was excellent at tracking me down. It was like she sniffed me and hunted me down. Instead of getting angry at me, she got disappointed. She'd sigh loudly, and her eyes would tear up before she dejectedly walked to the car. That gave me the worst feeling ever, feeling me with inadequacy. One time, she found me after only 2 minutes, and she broke down sobbing. I didn't get it. I felt a huge urge to win. I needed it. So, I started to get creative. I hid myself in the bushes. I changed my clothing to be more green and black, and generally more inconspicuous. I got high up in the trees, so it would be difficult to see me from the ground. I learned how to stay still. Really, really still. And when I won, my mother would give me a smile. It wasn't a smile of happiness or a smile of pleasure. It was more of a relieved smile, but I felt so proud when I saw it. We'd go home, and I'd have an easy time falling asleep. Then, my father came. One day, when I came back from school, I saw him talking to my mother. He was almost never home. Actually, I'd seen him twice in my entire life, and my mother never really spoke about him. He was really just a stranger to me. I noticed the expression on my mother's face immediately. It was pale, white, shaking, eyes wide. I couldn't hear what he was saying, so I got closer in towards them. Of course, their conversation stopped just as I did. Well, my father stopped speaking. The expression on my mother stayed the same. He turned to me and smiled in a wolfish way. It made me recoil away with disgust. He sneered. He fucking sneered. I thought it was normal. That was how my classmates acted after all. Later that same day, when my father was off in the toilet, my mother got close to me and whispered, "Don't come out, not even after 20 minutes." My father got really energetic right before bedtime. I thought we'd skip the whole hide and seek thing. My mom looked really sick and looking at the clock. She said, "Let's take a trip to the park." I immediately noticed that she didn't mention hide and seek. "Why?" my father asked. "Why not? Get some fresh air maybe." "Fine," he said. "I like him active anyway." What the hell did he mean by that? Mom told me to change with a certain look, and I caught what she meant immediately. Put on hiding clothes. After doing it, we got into the car and we drove to the park. My mother was silent the entire way, but my father hummed. We walked together in the park for a while, my dad mumbling about work. I don't remember much of it. Honestly, it didn't sound like any job I'd ever heard. Then, suddenly, my mother pointed at a tree in the distance. I noticed it was the same tree she'd found me hiding behind the last time she'd caught me. These trees get so old, then they die. It's a shame they're stuck in place, unable to get away from the virus. She was saying, "Get away and hide." "Death is the way of all living things," Dad said. "No need to fear it." "I think I saw a squirrel in that tree," I said. "I'm going to go check it out." I disappeared into the forest I'd grown well acquainted to. I got behind a hill before changing direction and moving away. I made sure to try to move on the spots that wouldn't leave a mark. I needed to get far away before they noticed something was up. I thought about climbing a tree and hiding there, or about diving into a couple of bushes. Trees were only effective if people didn't check. Bushes worked great, but you'd have a small, if no, view of your surroundings. I chose the bushes, jumping into them and trying to control my breath. After a couple of minutes, I heard my parents walking in the distance. "Clara!" Dad shouted. "Where are you, sweetheart? If you're hurt, please say something and we'll help." "Clara!" Mother said. "Clara, can you hear me, darling?" My heart beat faster. I knew for a fact that I shouldn't leave the bushes. That was the absolute worst thing that could happen. I kept my breathing under check as they moved further and further away from me. Then, they came back. "Please, Clara, your dad isn't dangerous. Please come out." "Clara, please, I need to get going soon. Please come out." "Clara," Mom said. "Where are you?" "Stop this silly nonsense," Dad said. Their voices eventually faded out. I stayed there, in the same position, for nearly a whole hour. My body started to ache, and I could feel insect crawling around on the back of my leg. I really wanted to leave this position. I heard a stick snap in the distance. It came from behind me. I hadn't heard their voices at all. Had they just stopped speaking? That terrified me, and I felt I needed to turn around and get a view. But I knew that would give me away. "Clara, stop with this silly nonsense. Come out." I was entirely silent. "Clara, please come out." Her voice was turning more and more desperate, more guttural. Fortunately, it was what seemed to be around 70 meters away from me, but she was approaching. "Clara," Mom said, "I'm getting tired. I just want to go home and eat and sleep." I stayed silent as the voice grew louder. She was approaching me. "I know you're in the area. It's only a moment of time before I find you. I will skin you." "I'll start with your forearms, peeling off your skin with a dull knife, just like peeling back cheese. I wager there'll be lots of blood coming out, and screaming. I won't be able to focus, but that's all right. I can always switch to your other arm." She came closer. "You won't like it." "I certainly wouldn't." But I'm not as stupid and fucking disgusting as you are, Clara. No, I'm glad I'm not a creature of filth like you. The only good you can serve is by being in my belly, by fueling me. I'll find you. The voice was only 20 meters away. You'll regret not coming out. 10 meters. You know, I don't eat the bones. They get stuck in my throat, but I can't leave them. I'll probably take them home with me and suck on them. They have a good taste, you know. It'll be perfect. 2 meters. She giggled. Did she find me? Oh no. I debated whether I should stay still and hope for the best or if I should look back. My fear was killing me. And I had to know, but I know looking would make noise. No, I had to stay still. I know where you are, she said. Fuck. But then, she began walking away from my spot. I'll suck on your eyeballs before swallowing them. They're better whole, and they're always wet and squishy, so they go down the throat easily. If not, there's always blood. Oh, a mouthful of warm blood. Is there a better feeling? I stayed still for that entire night, even after I was certain that they'd gone away. It was only when the sun was above me and I could hear our children that I stood up. One child jumped back and shrieked. He must have gotten properly terrified. Then, I made my way back home. Dad wasn't there, but Mom was. She hugged me. The title of this next story is Am I Beautiful Now? My name is Mark, and this is the first entry of my journal. I'm a patient at St. Mary's Mental Hospital. I want to start by explaining why I'm here and what led me to insanity. It's still hard to talk about it, but here we go. 3 years ago, I broke up with Joanne. Joanne was a nice person, but I lost attraction for her. Not that she was ugly or anything. I had been with her for some years. We were high school sweethearts, and she kinda grew out of her cute face. I'm aware I'm a jerk for saying this. Even worse, I said it to her, which was a huge mistake. Joanne didn't have much self-esteem, and breaking up with her because of her appearance completely destroyed her. In the following weeks, she went through all the 5 stages of grief. First came denial. She kept texting me and calling me. Hey baby, is everything okay? You didn't mean it when you broke up, did you? Then came anger. She called me unholy names, keyed my car, etc. I was aware of how much of an ass I had been, so I let it go. Cue bargaining. She'd call me saying she would lose weight, wear makeup, have surgery. None of that mattered, and by this time, I was growing tired of her behavior. It was also around this time when I met Chloe. After this, I stopped hearing about Joanna. I assumed by then that the depression had set in, followed by acceptance. So, Chloe, she was a beautiful woman. I met her at work. Good old water cooler talk and whatnot. She had beautiful blue eyes, blonde hair, soft as silk, and her face looked like that of a doll. It didn't take long before I asked her on a date. We started hanging out and were a couple before long. Over the next few weeks, she started staying over, and I ended up giving her the key. A few months passed, and everything was great. Until that day. I had been calling Chloe all day, but she hadn't picked up once. She wasn't at work either, and nobody had seen her since the day before. I had decided I would go home after work, take a shower, change clothes, and head over to her house to check on her. When I got home, I immediately noticed something was wrong. My door was cracked open. I was sure I had locked it before leaving. When I got inside, there was something on the floor. I turned on the lights, and I saw her. Chloe. She was laying face down on the floor, on a puddle of blood. As I was reaching down to hold her, I heard a sound coming from the bedroom. I realized we weren't alone. Heading for the bedroom, I grabbed the baseball bat I had in the hallway. The bedroom door was slightly open. I pushed it slowly, looking into the room as I entered. I couldn't see anyone. I went in, planning on checking the closet and the windows, when I heard the door closing and locking behind me. As I turned, I can't ever forget what I saw. I let out a scream and threw up when I saw her. Behind me was Joanne, covered in blood, but that's not what caused my reaction. Over her face, crudely sewn, was Chloe's face. Am I beautiful now? And the title of this next story is Living the Good Life. I cannot fathom how my employees are living such a good life when I pay them so badly and treat them so badly. I am one of those employers that tiptoes around labor laws. And a couple of weeks ago, I remember driving past a rich area full of mansions. Everyone who lived in this area was an employee who worked for me. How on earth could they afford such houses on wages that I pay them? I mean, the wages that I pay them, it isn't enough to cover bills, food, and other necessities. It's completely wrong how my employees are living in mansions. Then I also notice how physically healthy they are. Even though I work them to the bone, they should be having joint problems, heart problems, and even lung problems. But they all seem to be physically healthy and happy. I don't pay them enough to have health insurance, and I should have high turnover rate. But I have had the same staff for 4 years now. 4 years ago, people used to come and go. But then, a new lot came, and they have stayed here for 4 years. I don't like this one bit. As an experiment, I managed to get a retard to do an experiment. This was all outside of work. I wanted to see if he could survive on the wages that I paid. And he worked in that place where I managed. In 6 months, he was homeless with serious joint problems and nerve problems. He eventually died of malnutrition. And so, this is proof that my wages are a death sentence. But yet, my long-term employees are living the high life. They are living in mansions, driving super expensive fast cars, and going on expensive holidays. I'm staring at the retarded man's dead body in my office. This is what should happen to them. So, I announced that I will be raising wages, and my employees seem to not like the news of higher wages. Then, during the night, every one of my employees was in my room. They demanded that I decrease the wages even more. Then one of my employees cut out his own brain and said, "You're wondering how we are alive while working on your wages? Well, that's the thing. We are not alive." An employee told me, and I saw their true look now. The look of death. We all died of starvation and homelessness, and we then took over the mansions owned by employers like you. So, reduce our wages, or even better, don't pay us at all, as a reminder that we are dead. An employee told me. Then the retarded guy walked into the room, who took part in that secret experiment of mine. They then threw the severed heads at me. Those heads belong to those who used to live in those mansions. They now always want to work, and I can never retire. And the title of this next story is, I do wish the worst upon my enemies. I hate it when people don't wish the worst upon their enemy. I see it as weakness, and you should never be kind to your enemies. You should wish the worst upon them and not care. Muhabara came to me and started burning me, and he then said, "Is this what you wish upon your enemies?" And it was painful to feel the fire all over me. It was so relentless. To think that it is the same fire that can keep us warm during the winters. And it's the same fire that helps us cook us food. It's the same fire that was all over me. Yes, this is what I wish upon my enemy. I have gone to Muhabara, who is going to give the worst punishment to my enemy. But I must feel them first. Then, as I was sure that the fire is what I want for my enemy, Muhabara stopped and had to think for a moment. Then he had me eaten by a bunch of meat-eating wild animals. And as I was being eaten alive, I was thinking to myself how fantastic this would be for my enemy. Yes, I wished this upon my enemy, and it was another kind of pain to be eaten by a pack of predatory wild animals. I should have been screaming, but the thought of this happening to my enemy, it kept me strong. Then, Muhabara stopped for a moment and decided there were much worse things that I could wish upon my enemies. He had me drowning in the deepest ocean, and it got so dark, and my body was being crushed. The thought, though, of my enemy experiencing was the light that kept me sane, drowning in the ocean. It was never ending, but I knew this was what I wanted for my worst enemy. If you don't wish your enemy the worst, then they aren't your enemy. Then, Muhabara started thinking again, and this time, he let off a disease which affected me and killed my wife, children, my grandchildren, and all of cousins. This was amazing, as I truly want this for my worst enemy. Then, Muhabara started smiling, as he knew this is what I want for my enemy, and he didn't have anything worse at that time. I knew that this was it, and you know when you finally find something that is totally right for you, it's an amazing feeling. Then, Muhabara came up to me and said, "Your worst enemy isn't going to experience any of this, because you are my worst enemy." Oh no, 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 no. The title of this next story is Something Evil is Living on No Sleep, and it's watching. It's watching everyone on this subreddit. This is the price we pay for tempting fate. We should never have posted our experiences. Some stories should be left alone. We could have simply been glad to survive these terrible things, rather than flocking to no sleep in an eager rush to gloat of our triumphs. We toyed with forces beyond our understanding, and this is our comeuppance. Think about it. Think about what we've done. We've posted about ghastly ghouls and abominable apparitions. We've bragged of our narrow victories against unfathomably powerful forces. We've even, on occasion, made jokes in comment sections. I'm not judging you. I'm the same. Comedy is a soothing bandage for the chasms of horror that traumatic events can open on our souls. Still, evil doesn't care about that. Don't fool yourself into thinking that readers might avoid this reckoning. Even the lurkers and non-voters have contributed to the thriving nature of this dark and twisted place. You've caught the eye of something truly insidious. It was only a matter of time until a very bad thing would find no sleep and turn it into a computerized haunted house. Perhaps I should explain what I've discovered. I've read the experiences of so many people on this subreddit. I've gleefully soaked up their tales of true horror, and it has become a slight addiction. In fact, I think I first noticed something unsettling because I obsessively pore over the finer details of everything I experience on no sleep. I've seen things that have been there 1 second and disappeared the next. The early events were things that seemed like glitches with Reddit. The name of R, no sleep, changed to R, sleep. But clicking on that link didn't take me to the entirely separate subreddit of that name. It took me to a solitary Google image of a stick figure sleeping on a mattress. I messaged countless people, searched Google, and even submitted reports of what I'd experienced. Nobody else had seen the name of the subreddit change or found a picture of the sleeping stick man. Nobody had hacked the no sleep subreddit. There had been no glitch for anyone else. I thought, perhaps, that I had accidentally left the official Reddit site and ended up on a fake version of R No Sleep. I couldn't really think of any other explanation. The true terror began when events defied any form of reason. I was reading one of many no sleep posts on rules for dealing with certain unnatural beings. When I looked at the comment section, I saw something that unnerved me. I was disconcerted. Yet again, by what seemed to be a glitch. The comment had no username listed above it. Rule number 11. It is unkind to joyfully read true horror. Sticks and stones will break your bones. There was an almighty sound of smashing glass in my room, soul vacating my body for a brief moment. I twisted my desk chair around to face numerous shards that were scattered across my carpet. In the center of the wreckage was a small stone that had seemingly been hurled at my window, breaking it. I sprung to my feet and peered through the now glassless frame. There was something on the other side of the road. I don't think I'll ever be able to scrub that haunting image from my mind. Wedged between two hedges, slightly illuminated by the dim glow of a nearby lamppost, I was watched by a shadowy figure. His form was emaciated and blackened. Upon closer inspection, I realized that it wasn't a person. It was a stick figure. I screamed, tearing my curtains closed, shuddering. I sat beneath the empty window frame with my back against the wall. I remained that way for the next 7 hours. I didn't sleep, unless it counts as rest to persistently daydream of a lurking stickman. It turned out that he wasn't a figment of my imagination. It was quite clear, even before learning of Rule 11, that the watchful stick figure only harbored sinister intentions. In class, I struggled to listen to my teacher. During breaks, I struggled to engage in conversations with my friends. My head was elsewhere, and I know this might sound foolish, given the warning it had sent to me, but I was obsessed with the concept of this horrifying specter. I had become the very definition of morbidly curious. I browsed nosleep, looking for clues. The Rule 11 comment had vanished without a trace, but I tirelessly read posts, searched for edited descriptions or images, and even scoured comment sections for anything untoward. I found nothing. That didn't put me at ease. However, it only worsened my fear. At least, the stick figure hadn't seemed so threatening as a static, pixelated image on my screen. On the other hand, in real life, the crooked figure had been the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. Why me? I wondered. I sent out requests for help from people who had endured unexplainable supernatural experiences. Somebody by the name of Archie Bolton replied. This has the hallmarks of Grey Code, a programming language that connects occult things to the digital world. After receiving your initial message about the mattress image, I started to notice similar things on nosleep. Strange comments appeared from a poster with no username. The site description read, "I'm watching you, Archie. No sleep for you? That makes me unhappy." And I saw two long, shadowy lines stretch towards me. From the darkness of my bedroom, they looked like arms, stick arms. His reply was one of many messages I received. People purported to experience similar things. After reading this post, you might notice strange things too. I think, once it has been pointed out, it's hard to unnotice the malevolent thing that is observing us. After overcoming the initial shock and terror of being watched by a being that couldn't be explained by science, I decided to take a different approach towards this phantom. Moronic. When I saw my wardrobe door swing open in the middle of the night, I strode confidently towards it. "What do you want?" I cried. From the void of the open wardrobe, which was only a foot in front of me, two gangly stick arms protruded. They lifted me into the air, feeling like a pair of blunt knives digging into my shoulder blades. "All who use nosleep shall die of exhaustion," it whispered. "They will lose the ability to sleep." I didn't understand what the entity was saying, but I think I was struggling to understand anything. I was entirely transfixed by the petrifying nothingness before me. I couldn't distinguish anything of the stick figure, other than the pitch-black limbs that it was employing to hoist me off the carpet. "None of you should be on nosleep," It snarled icily. It is my home. Leave. I howled in agony at the searing pain that suddenly emanated from the stick arms, which were digging into my shoulders. I looked down at my body, which was barely visible in the street light pouring through my still broken bedroom window. The flesh of my arms was changing. In utter horror, I realized they were starting to transform into the same pan-drawn stick arms as the creature in front of me. It was morphing me. As I screeched in fear, the stick figure dropped me to the ground with an almighty thud. Everyone has a choice, it hissed. Leave no sleep or join my realm. The wardrobe door creaked shut. I lay on the carpet, considering my options. Initially, I was too frightened to return to this subreddit, in all honesty, but I felt I owed it to you. My arms have mostly returned to normal, but they won't fully heal. There's still a rigid, stick-like quality to them. Even though my flesh has returned, I can barely type, but I'm soldiering onwards. I need to submit this post. The stick figure is watching you, and it's offering you the same options that it offered me. Leave no sleep behind, or join it as some two-dimensional, soulless stick figure in a digital hellscape. What will you choose? The title of this next story is I Had to Kill My Wife. My wife and I have been married for roughly 32 years. We met at 18 and have been inseparable. We have never fought, never argued, and there have never been any bad times. Honestly, it sounds like a dream, and I have been living it. The love I have for her is unlike anything I have ever known in my life. We each have our boundaries, per every couple. She doesn't go into my workshop. I don't go into her sewing room. Or she doesn't come in while I'm changing, and I don't go in while she bathes. Well, you get the picture. We have never questioned nor tried to push each other's boundaries. We constantly praise each other. The communication is fantastic, and we are able to take constructive criticisms. It's literally like a dream. But there's this old saying, if it seems too good to be true, that's because it is. And I got hit hard with that today. My entire world crashed down in front of me, and there was nothing I could do about it. Let me set the scene for you. We woke up at 5:30, like any other day, cuddled for 30 minutes, and started our morning get-ready-together routine. Brushed our teeth, went downstairs for breakfast and coffee, went to the cars, kissed each other bye, and we went our separate ways. I completed the project I had been working on earlier than expected, leaving me about 3 extra hours left in my normal work schedule. It couldn't have worked out better per anything in my life. Today was our 32nd anniversary, so I decided to take those hours and plan a celebration. I'll admit it, I'm a hopeless romantic, and she adores it. I went to the flower shop and bought a bouquet for 32 roses. Then I made a trip to the bakery where I picked up 32 red velvet cupcakes, and then went to the store and bought 32 strawberries, 2 steaks, a sack of white potatoes, fresh squash, and some of that dipping chocolate. I also made a stop by the jewelry section and picked out a rose gold necklace that had 2 hearts connected, and engraved on them was forever. One more stop to the liquor store, and I walked out with some pink champagne. Once I had that, I made my way to the house and began to prepare dinner. I set a plate on each end of the table with 2 candles in between and a dozen roses next to her plate. I went to the kitchen and sat the cupcakes in the middle of the island and placed a chocolate-covered strawberry on top of each one, and then sat the necklace box in the middle and sat another dozen roses behind them. I made my way to the bedroom and started setting up a bath for her. Candles, essential oils of lavender and rosemary, and sat the last 8 roses on the edge of the tub. I had to cut the stems shorter for this. Again, I'm hopeless. As I made my way off the last step, I met her at the door. I hugged her and began to proceed as we normally would. I took her coat and put her shoes away as she told me about how much she missed me. I carefully pulled the handkerchief out of my pocket and slipped it over her eyes. She giggled that sweet small giggle I love so much and asked what I was doing, and I simply said it was a surprise. I guided her to the kitchen and pulled the handkerchief away. The feeling I got when I watched her eyes light up and shine was fulfilling and exactly what I wanted to see. She squealed and jumped into my arms, telling me how much she loved and appreciated me. Once she let me go, I pulled the box off the cupcakes and handed it to her. She opened it, and I saw tears form in her eyes. She told me how beautiful it was as I placed it around her neck, a perfect fit. I then took her hand in mine and walked her into the dining room where dinner was ready. She gasped and covered her mouth as if it was her first time witnessing something so beautiful. She looked at me with the happiest expression, and I placed my forehead on hers and said, "Happy anniversary, my love." Dinner went by pretty quickly as we were both famished. Once we were done, I told her to leave it for me to clean up, and I led her to the bathroom. Once she opened the door, another gasp left her as she took in the scene. She once again threw her arms around me and told me how much she loved everything I did for her. I told her I was going to go clean up while she enjoyed her bath and would bring cupcakes up in about an hour. That way, she could have plenty of time to relax. This is when things took a turn. Once I left the room, I forgot to grab a dishcloth out of our closet. So, I turned around and went to go back in. I pecked on the door and got no reply. So, I assumed she had gone into the bathroom. So I cracked the door to check, just to be sure, and I peeked my head into the room. The bathroom door is directly across from the bedroom door. What I saw terrified me. My wife had left the door open. I watched as she grabbed the skin on the back of her head and pulled it away from her skull. I watched in horror as she pulled the skin away from her body and stepped out of it like a suit. Her muscle and bone laid bare in front of me. I could see the blood drip from her body and hear the squish of muscles. I watched as she carefully laid the suit over the toilet and stepped into the tub. A heavy sigh of relief left her mouth as she fully sank into the tub. The water began to take the shade of blood and began to steam wildly. I watched as the muscles began to contract all over her skull and arms as new skin began to grow in its place. I gently closed the door, not wanting to see more, and made my way downstairs. I already knew what was going to happen to the old skin. My mind went on autopilot as I began to clean up my mess from dinner. After cleaning the kitchen, I grabbed the cupcakes, 2 glasses of milk, my pistol, and with a heavy heart, I headed up the stairs. You see, my project is I hunt the Skelties. The Skelties are humanoid beings that eat children. They can eat our food, but cannot survive off it. We haven't figured out why only children, but we assume it's because they are easy targets. They are able to shed and regrow skin at any point, but must shed at least once a day. The skin is then consumed, which makes them damn near impossible to find if you don't know what you are looking for. They are a very happy-go-lucky race, but are brutal in the way they feed. They first rip the appendages from the body, then they rip the head from the body, and then drain the blood. Their jaws stretched open, and they swallow the rest of it whole. The rest of the body parts are stored for later, if they are unsuccessful in their next hunt. They usually stay in the woods or around rivers. They will not resort to violence with adults, which is how they die. 5 bullets to the head and 1 to the heart usually does the trick. Making my way up the stairs, everything started to make sense. She worked at an orphanage where a child would go missing every 2 to 3 weeks. She never let me see her in the bathroom at night when she bathed. How nice and non-confrontational she is, and how she has not seemed to age a single day in the last 32 years. My footsteps got heavier as I came closer to the door of our room. I stopped and knocked on the door. It's now or never. As she opened the door, she met the barrel of my gun, and she was no more. With every bullet that flew, I felt my heart shatter. I saw her body fall to the floor and watched the blood pooled around her. I looked next to her where a pill bottle fell from her hands. Tears ran down my face. As I bent down to grab the bottle, I looked at it, and the name of the medication was Lybalvi, and it was prescribed to me. She was going to try and drug me. Too bad. I found her out first. The title of this next story is The Closet. When I was 6, my best friend lived in my closet. His name was Mr. Pip. I know what you're probably thinking. You were just a kid with an overactive imagination, right? Wrong. I used to be obsessed with a TV show called Lil Annie's Amazing Adventure. Don't bother looking it up. I haven't been able to find anything about it online. It's as if it never existed. The show always opened with Annie alone in her room. She would look directly into the camera, smile feverishly, then mischievously beckon the viewer to follow her. Next, she'd saunter up to her closet door, knock 3 times, and the door would swing open, revealing a whimsical world filled to the brim with vibrantly multicolored landscapes and an abundance of wacky cartoon-like characters. My favorite of which was Mr. Pip. Mr. Pip would accompany Annie on all her wild escapades, animatedly overreacting to every strange situation the characters found themselves in. Mr. Pip was a clown, dressed in a polka dot jumpsuit with oversized floppy shoes and a bright red wig surmounting his head. I loved watching the pair bounce along on their journey as purple grass waved atop rolling hills and birds floated through a milky yellow sky. I remember the exact moment I met Mr. Pip. My mother had grounded me and sent me to my room without supper. She'd receive a call from the principal that day detailing how I'd stomped Jimmy Hoskins' crayons to smithereens, completely unprovoked. He'd wiped a booger on me at lunch. He deserved it. I was throwing a temper tantrum, wailing as loudly as my little vocal cords could muster, so my mother would understand exactly how upset I was. Once I'd nearly screamed my lungs out, I settled down, my cries devolving into whimpering sniffles. That's when I heard it. 3 faint knocks from inside my closet. I fell silent. I strained my ears, listening intently for any further disturbances. It happened again. 3 soft knocks emanated from my closet door. I hesitantly crept up to it and returned the gesture. Knock, knock, knock. Hello there, Michael. I leapt back, stifling a scream. My head started to spin, and my palms began to sweat. Who are you? I demanded, delivering my best tough guy impression. You know me, Michael. I'm your friend, Mr. Pip. The voice sang in that same high-pitched tone I'd grown so accustomed to hearing. How do I know it's really you? Would Mr. Pip lie to you? Well, no. That's right, Michael. Mr. Pip would never lie to you. Mr. Pip, can I ask you something? Sure. Mr. Pip loves questions. Why are you in my closet? He paused at that. I began to wonder if I'd overstepped, but after a brief period of tense silence, he responded. Because I live here, Michael. Your closet is my home. So you live with me? Yes. Mr. Pip lives with you now. Mr. Pip could have lived with any little girl or boy he wanted, But he chose you, Michael. Aren't you excited? Yes, yes, I'm so happy, I yelled. The realization that my favorite TV show character was going to be living in my room finally dawned on me, and I bounced up and down like a jackrabbit. Good, good. Mr. Pip is happy too. I reached for the door and began to pull it open. Let's play, Mr. Pip. Is Annie going? The door slammed shut abruptly. No! Mr. Pip bellowed in a menacing inflection that sent ice running through my veins. Hot tears welled in my eyes, and I started crying once more. Please don't cry, Michael. Mr. Pip is sorry he scared you. He apologized deflatedly. Why can't I play with you? I blubbered, snot dripping from my nose. Because this is Mr. Pip's home. Mr. Pip isn't ready for visitors yet. Okay, I mumbled dejectedly. Oh, Mr. Pip knows what will cheer you up. A game. What kind of game? The question game. We'll take turns asking questions, and if you get them right, you get a point. Mr. Pip chirped, seemingly back to his cheery old self. Okay, I bet I'm gonna win. Mr. Pip wasn't very good at the question game. We played for hours, and he didn't guess a single answer right. Mr. Pip wanted to know a lot about my house and my family. He even guessed that my dad left for work at midnight. He always left at 8 o'clock. What a silly goose. We played until it was time for me to go to bed. I drifted off to a blissful slumber, elated now that I had my new best friend to keep me company. Michael, time to get ready for school, Mom shouted, shaking me awake. I'm up, I groaned, lazily rubbing the sleep from my eyes. Mom strode over to my closet door to get me dressed and ready for the day. A wave of panic jolted through me like a lightning bolt. No, Mom, you can't go in the closet. That's where Mr. Pip lives, I pleaded, begging her not to disturb my friend's sanctum. Michael, all your clothes are in there. I don't think Mr. Pip will mind if I grab a shirt out of here real quick. No! My mother completely disregarded my cries. She flung the door open, and nothing. See? There's no one here. Now go brush your teeth, please. I begrudgingly obeyed, shooting Mom a vexed glance while her back was turned. I spent the remainder of the morning stewing at the thought that my mother had scared Mr. Pip away. I remained recalcitrant throughout the school day, earning me a conduct mark from Mrs. McLemmer. Once I returned from school, I slung my backpack onto the floor and made a beeline for my room. How was your day, kiddo? Dad inquired, with his eyes glued to his newspaper. Good. I locked myself in my room, itching to know if Mr. Pip was still there. I sidled up to my closet door and knocked. Then I waited and waited. Maybe he hadn't heard me. I tried again. Nothing. Once it became evident that my raps would go unanswered, I plopped down into my bed and buried my face in my pillow. Tears began spilling from my eyes. Then I heard it. Knock, knock, knock. I bolted out of bed and raced to the door, barely able to contain my jubilation. I hurriedly knocked again. Hello, Michael. Mr. Pip, I thought you moved away because Mom came into my closet. Oh no, Michael. Mr. Pip will never leave you. Yay! Why couldn't Mom see you though? Mr. Pip went deep into your closet so your mommy wouldn't find him. Mr. Pip didn't want to scare her. Oh, I get it. Can I come in and play yet? He paused for a long moment. Let's play another game. I'll make an animal noise and you guess what it is. Oh, I'm good at this game. Let's play. Mr. Pip and I played until I was again lulled into a peaceful sleep. Things went on like that for months. Every day, I'd eagerly rush to my room to tell Mr. Pip all about my day. My parents never understood Mr. Pip like I did. In their minds, he was just a figment of my imagination, a coping mechanism for all the kids who picked on me at school. One night, I overheard them talking about it. "Daniel, I got another call from his teacher today. His grades are slipping again. You need to have a talk with him about his imaginary friend. He won't leave his room anymore, and when he does, he's not focusing on his schoolwork." My father sighed. "I know, honey. I just thought that maybe if we gave him a little space, this whole thing would work itself out." Well, it's not. Do you think he's being bullied at school? I mean, he used to be so active, and now he just shuts himself in his room all day. It's a possibility. Let me talk to him and try to figure out what's going on. Then we can decide what we need to do. I heard my father rise from his chair and began making his way to my room. I flew back to my bed and braced myself for the uncomfortable discussion that I knew was coming. My father knocked on the door. "Hey, buddy, mind if I come in?" "Okay," I murmured, hoping I could brush off Dad's question so that he'd leave me alone. He sat down beside me on the bed and rested a hand on my shoulder. "Michael, is everything okay? You know, with school and stuff, you've been spending a lot of time here lately, and your mother and I are getting concerned." "Yeah, everything's fine, Dad. I just want to play with Mr. Pip is all." "Buddy, I know this is going to sound harsh, and I don't want you to take this the wrong way, but Mr. Pip isn't real. You need to start making friends your own age." I balled my fists as anger rose to the forefront of my emotions. Dad just didn't get it. He didn't know Mr. Pip like I did. Mr. Pip is real. He's my best friend. I talk to him every day. "I didn't want to have to do this, kiddo, but I'm going to have to show you that Mr. Pip is made up." He marched over to my closet and reached for the handle. The door swung open before he had a chance to grab it. "Hello there, Daniel." Dad released a horrifying guttural shriek. There, before him, stood Mr. Pip. He looked nothing like he did on TV. Bright, scraggly red hair sprouted from his head, dotting his scalp in ugly, uneven patches. His makeup hadn't been redone in some time. Cracked spider webbing along the caked-on face paint. Mascara flowed from his eyes in dark jet black streaks, giving the illusion that he'd been crying toxic sludge. His polka dot suit was filthy, and deep lacerations were clearly visible through his tattered clothes. And that smile Mr. Pip beamed at my father, showcasing rows upon rows of jagged pointed teeth. His crooked grin stretched impossibly wide, yellow teeth glimmering like miniature kitchen knives. Dad stared in awestruck terror for only a second before scooping me up and racing out the door. I stole a glance at Mr. Pip, trembling uncontrollably as I fought back bile. His eyes locked with mine, that vile smirk unwavering. "You haven't seen the last of me, Michael, and next time, we'll play a game that'll really get your blood pumping." His demented cackles reverberated through the halls, sending chills through my soul as my closet door slowly creaked shut. We moved shortly afterward. My parents called the cops, but a thorough search of our home revealed nothing out of the ordinary. We bounced around between cheap motels for months until we managed to find our current house. As time dragged on, my memories of Mr. Pip began to fade. Eventually, I made friends and I recently started middle school. But tonight, all that prior dread came crashing down on me like a tidal wave. Because I was writing this, 3 soft knocks drifted from my closet. The title of this next story is Cordyceps. By now, you've probably heard of the popular TV show that portrays the cordyceps fungus infecting humans and turning them into zombie-like creatures. But let me tell you, the real-life scenario is much more terrifying. I work in a lab that specializes in plant and fungi experimentation. Our primary focus is on developing new drugs for the pharmaceutical industry, including everything from anti-aging remedies to creating the next blue pill. However, we also received significant funding from the Defense Department, and the research requirements are much more sinister. How are the new test subjects doing? Stephen, our lab supervisor, asked as he approached me carrying a clipboard. He gestured towards the 8 test rooms in front of us. Number 4 looks promising, and I think 6 and 7 are starting to show signs, I said, looking up from my workstation. Inside the 8 test rooms were 5 men and 2 women, one in each room, plus a single empty room. It was left empty after a rogue chimpanzee from the earlier phase experiments had managed to escape its cage and break the pass-through window, which is used to transfer materials and instruments between sterile and non-sterile rooms. Stephen nodded, a look of excitement on his face. Excellent. We're getting closer. In the cages, test subject 1, 2, 3, and 5 appeared to be behaving somewhat normally, pacing their small 8x8 cage or talking to themselves. However, test subject 4 had remained motionless now for about 2 hours, lying on his side with his back to us, with his chest rises and falls his only movement. Meanwhile, test subject 6 and 7 had recently become lethargic, barely responding to the electric shocks administered to their enclosure. All of the test subjects had been exposed to a variety of chemically altered cordyceps fungus. Typically, cordyceps cannot infect humans due to our higher internal temperatures, among other factors. However, by modifying the fungus's genetic makeup, we were close to changing that. Let's keep a close eye on those 3. Report back to me if there are any updates. Will do, I replied. With that, Stephen left the room, and I returned to monitoring the test subjects' vitals on the screens. Interestingly, subjects 4, 6, and 7 had significantly elevated heart rates, almost 50% higher than the others. Additionally, their endorphin levels, the body's natural painkillers, were unusually high, indicating that they were experiencing intense pain, despite showing none of the typical outward signs. What do you make of this? I asked my lab partner, Mike, while pointing to the screen with my pen. He looked over the vitals on my screen. It looks like they are in intense pain. Those sorts of levels would be what I would expect to see if someone were on fire, he said dryly. Yes, that's what it looks like to me as well, I replied. Our test subjects were some of the worst criminals our government had locked up. The advantage of working for the Defense Department, especially where we require human subjects, was there was no shortage of forgotten criminals, terrorists, murderers, and other violent offenders. These individuals were typically housed in maximum security prisons and were serving lengthy sentences, often for life. While the use of human subjects in scientific experiment is controversial and subject to strict ethical guidelines, the Defense Department saw the need to conduct these tests outside the normal guidelines. Therefore, the rules no longer applied, and we had the green light to do whatever we needed to do to get the result. Let's do a blood test and see if the troponin levels have increased on subject 4, 6, and 7, I said to Mike. Mike nodded and left his seat to get dressed in his hazmat suit. With the heart rate and endorphin levels so extremely elevated, I thought it could be possible that the cordyceps is already spreading throughout the test subjects, paralyzing them while simultaneously causing immense pain. If my theory was right, then not only will we have successfully managed to infect the first ever human with cordyceps, but it would have taken effect within 3 hours of exposure. Cordyceps is a type of parasitic fungus that primarily infects ants, as well as other insects, such as beetles and caterpillars. The infection process begins when a spore of the cordyceps fungus lands on the exoskeleton of an ant. Once the spore is attached to the ant, it begins to grow long, branching filaments that penetrate the ant's exoskeleton and start to invade its body. As the fungus grows, it releases chemicals that alter the ant's behavior, causing it to become disoriented and leave its colony. The fungus continues to grow inside the ant's body, eventually replacing its organs and tissues with a mass of fungal cells. We are not stupid. We know exactly why the Defense Department would want to, essentially, weaponize this. We do this because we are scientists, and pushing the boundaries of human knowledge in further understanding the world around us is fundamental to our role. Now fully suited up, Mike entered the first test subject's room, number 4, and activated the cage squeeze function. The cage started to close in on the test subject, squeezing in from front and back. This process meant Mike could get up and close to the test subject without risk to himself. But just as the cage closed in tight, locking the subject in place, his skin burst from multiple areas, and sharp, dagger-like spores fired out in all directions. Panicking, Mike turned and ran for the door he just came through. I reached for the emergency lockdown button to prevent him from leaving and hit it a second too late. Mike ran out into the connecting corridor, screaming in pain. Some of the spores had penetrated his suit and were now drilling their way into his body as Mike screamed and clawed at the holes, ripping his hazmat suit while trying to grab them out. I activated the alarms and locked down my door as Mike thrashed about in the corridor. A few minutes later, I heard security come running down the hall and yell at Mike to get down. But he was in too much pain to respond. The security guards continued to yell at Mike, tasers drawn, when Mike suddenly started running at them. Without flinching, both security guards tasered Mike, dropping him onto the floor. They then slowly approached him to restrain him, when suddenly, Mike's body tore open and fired out more dagger-like spores. "Impossible!" I yelled at the camera as I watched both guards get hit by the spores. The cordyceps had multiplied and spread within minutes. The guards, now themselves in agonizing pain, ran back through the doors that they came from and into one of the main lab halls where more than a dozen researchers were working. Watching through the cameras, I saw the researchers panicking and trying to escape via the now locked doors as the two security guards thrashed around. Then, just like Mike, the security guard's skin split open, firing multiple spores around the room. Most of the researchers had now been infected, and those that avoided being struck by the spores weren't so lucky a few minutes later, as more spores went flying around the room. Soon, every researcher was infected, screaming and writhing in agony. I stayed in my locked room for hours, watching as the infected slowly stopped moving. One by one, they collapsed to the floor or on the tabletops, and I watched in horrified amazement as fungal growths started to sprout from the holes in their skin. I eventually put on a hazard suit, unlocked the door, and left the office, slowly walking toward Mike's still body. By now, he was covered in fungal stalks and mushroom-like growths, and one had even grown right through his eye socket, popping his eyeball out to the side. But that wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing was his other eye, which was fixated on me, had an expression of sheer terror and agony. He was alive, paralyzed, and appeared to be feeling every horrifying moment as the cordyceps slowly dissolved his internal organs and replaced them with fungal growths. "I'm sorry, Mike," I whispered, genuinely upset at his predicament. Mike was a good guy, but I knew I couldn't help him. The cordyceps was devouring his internal organs as he lay there. So, I did what any good scientist would do. I carefully took a sample of the growth from his eye socket and a blood sample. I then carefully attached the mobile heart rate monitor to his arm through one of the ripped holes Mike had made earlier, and then slowly backed away into the secure room. locked the doors, and awaited my rescue. The data I could get from Mike would no doubt prove invaluable for our next attempt. So here I wait. It has taken longer than I thought to be rescued. It has now been about 60 hours since Mike got infected. The bodies are now unrecognizable lumps of fungal growths, and Mike's heart finally stopped registering a pulse around 15 hours ago, which means he was alive for 2 whole days after the infection. He did have multiple heart attacks during that time, no doubt from the pain of different organs turning to slush, but somehow he was kept alive. I have tried the internal lines multiple times, but no one is answering. It's probably a security protocol I am unaware of, and I can't see the cameras outside this part of the facility, but I am sure they are just taking extreme precautions. After all, the last thing anyone would want is for this to escape the lab. But I'm sure everything is fine. At least, I hope it is. The title of this next story is Her Old Diary. The photograph depicted 6 people joyfully smiling at the camera and posing in front of a beautifully decorated Christmas tree. 4 of them were adults, my uncle, aunt, mother, and father, and the other 2 were a 10-year-old girl and a 1-year-old baby, the young girl lovingly cradled in her arms. Ever since your mother got pregnant, Kylie wouldn't stop rambling about how impatient she was for you to be born. And when that finally happened, she then wanted you to grow up so quickly so you could both play together. My aunt explained as I stared at the picture. I had no memories of Kylie, so seeing a picture of myself right alongside her as a baby was fascinating and emotional in a way I can't really put into words. It made me wonder what could have been had it not for the sudden tragedy that would befall upon my cousin and would devastate the whole family shortly after. Just a week after that cheerful Christmas day on 2005, Kylie would mysteriously go missing one dark and cold January night of 2006, never to be seen or heard from again. As for me, I had since grown into an 18-year-old college student. I had come to stay at my aunt's house for a while because it was conveniently located near the college I studied at. After having lunch and chatting with my aunt and uncle, they took me upstairs to show me the room I'd be sleeping in. I recognized that locked door at first sight, Kylie's room. It had remained locked ever since Kylie disappeared, and all my attempts to enter it when I was a kid had resulted in me getting scolded by my mother and aunt. "Are you sure you can take it? I can sleep on the couch downstairs. You don't have to do this," I asked my aunt and uncle, knowing what that room meant for them and knowing how they promised themselves to permanently keep that room shut ever since the day they lost Kylie. "We've given it a lot of thought. Don't worry about us, Jane. Kylie loved you. It's what you would have wanted," they replied as they slowly opened the door to Kylie's room. My aunt and uncle had cleaned it up a bit the day before my arrival, but for the most part, it looked pretty much identical to how it did the day Kylie vanished. The pink flowery wallpaper that decorated the wall, the shelf filled with toys and children's books, the bed, and even the bed sheets were also the same. It almost felt as if Kylie herself had just been there earlier that day, as if time had stopped flowing after she went missing. "This room is yours now. Make yourself at home and feel free to call us if you need anything," my aunt and uncle proclaimed before leaving me alone in the room. I spent the remainder of that evening reading a book I had to write an essay about for college. After a couple of hours, I decided I had read enough for that day and opened the drawer next to the bed in order to store the book, only to find there already was a book inside that drawer. A very special kind of book. It was considerably smaller than my book from college. Its cover was pink, with the title being written in big purple letters that spelled, "My Diary." It didn't take a genius to figure out what this book was and who it most likely used to belong to. I did not hesitate to pick it up and began reading the first page. I was tired of reading the book from college, but how could I say no to the diary of my long-lost cousin? December 25th, 2005. Dear Diary, it's Christmas Day. I received tons of presents this morning. I knew Santa Claus was proud of me. I've gotten the new Animal Crossing game for my DS, a pair of woolly earmuffs, and this diary. I wanted a doll like the one all the other girls in my class have. There's even a boy who has the doll too, but he told me to keep it a secret. Mommy says I have to be thankful for what I have gotten, and I guess she's right. So not having the doll doesn't bother me that much. Also, my aunt and uncle and baby Jane have visited us, and we've all had lunch together. Baby Jane is the cutest. I promised my aunt I would take care of her, just like mommy took care of me when I was a baby. Reading that first entry made me shed a few tears. I couldn't help it. I could picture the innocent smile on her face as she wrote on her brand new diary that Christmas Day. And the way she talked about me as a baby was so heartwarming. It almost made me feel enraged about the fact I knew I had spent time with her, but was far too young to remember any of it. December 26th, 2005. Dear Diary, what a day. Mommy and Daddy have taken me to a snowy mountain. There were other kids with their parents, and we've played together in the snow. It was so much fun. We've made a snowman, and I wanted to give him my earmuffs, but Mommy said I needed them for myself, so my ears can stay warm and cozy. I saw another girl with earmuffs, and hers were much cuter. They were pink, and were shaped like hearts. Mine are just round and red. Anyway, the best part of the day was when I found a doll lost in the snow. She looks like an angel. She's not like the doll my friends have, but she's cute. So I've taken her home. And guess what? I've named her Jane, like the baby. That entry made me notice something I had first seen when I entered the room, but I hadn't really paid attention to it until Kyrie's diary brought it up. The plush doll that was sitting on Kylie's bed, which was now my bed. I guess it looked like a traditional angel with a pair of wings, white robes, and a small halo on its head. I had no doubt about it. This doll had to be the same one mentioned in the diary, which Kylie had named after myself. Kylie wrote that she found the doll lost on a snowy mountain in late 2005, but it looked to be much older than that. It would have felt right at home in an antique store filled with memorabilia from the Victorian era. Who knows where it had came from and what it had been through before being found by Kylie. I figured that continuing to read the diary would perhaps give me more information about that mysterious doll I shared my name with. December 27th, 2005. Dear Diary, Jane cried last night. She was sleeping by my side, and she started crying, like a real kid. This morning, I've told Mommy and Daddy, but they believe I'm just playing pretend. But I'm not. I woke up, and she wasn't in bed with me. Maybe she didn't want me to pick her up. I tried to cheer her up by bringing her to my friend Sarah's house. We played with our dolls, and had a make-believe tea party. Sarah said Jane wasn't as cute as her doll. She said Jane was kinda creepy. I got upset, because that made Jane feel sad, so she might cry tonight as well. Thanks a lot, Sarah. That last entry left me utterly baffled. A plethora of conflicting thoughts flooded my mind as I stared at the doll on the bed. No, it simply couldn't be possible. It didn't make rational sense for Kylie's diary entry to be taken literally. Surely, it was nothing more than a child with a wild imagination. But still, the sudden tone shift compared to the previous two entries was striking. I had originally planned to sleep with the Jane doll next to me, out of respect for Kylie. But after reading her diary, I instead opted to leave it on the shelf with the other toys. It just gave me some bad vibes. I didn't quite know how to explain it, but I knew there was something about her that felt off. And the fact that it was named Jane just like me didn't help either. I woke up in the middle of the night as an odd high-pitched sound broke the silence. I drowsily looked around the bedroom in pitch darkness in hopes of identifying where the sound had come from, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. I wiggled in bed for a couple of seconds, trying to get in a comfortable position to get back to sleep. It was then when I felt something small and soft touching my arm. The Jane doll. There it was, laying next to me. I vaguely remembered having put her on the shelf before going to sleep, but it was late and I was pretty tired, so my sleepy brain assumed that I had just imagined leaving her on the shelf and had kept her in bed this whole time. A short while afterwards, I was woken up by sudden noises once again. It sounded like a child was crying. I stood up only to see what looked like a small shadowy figure in the darkness, standing right next to my bed. I also noticed the Jane doll was gone. It wasn't on the bed, and it wasn't on the shelf either. I rubbed my eyes thinking this was just what they call a sleep paralysis demon. You know, an imaginary shadowy creature our mind sometimes conjures when you wake up abruptly and your senses are alert but your mind is still half asleep and misinterprets reality. But those kinds of illusions are normally static and lifeless and only last a couple of seconds. No, that shadowy child was something else. I was sure I could hear them weep. I tried to turn on the lights, but they had inexplicably stopped working. The shadowy child lingered in the darkness, sobbing right next to the bed, with their hands covering their face. I sat on my bed, contemplating them in silence. My brain was still too sleepy and confused to move or react in any other way. Kylie? I faintly uttered the first thing that came to my mind as I slowly tried to process what was going on. Upon hearing my words, the child stopped weeping and put down their hands, which had been covering her face. The baby, where's the baby? The child yelled in a voice that resembled that of a little girl as they launched themselves towards me. I finally snapped out of my drowsy state as my survival instincts kicked in. I struggled as the child aggressively tried to grab my hair, and I tried to hold her arms. The baby, the child kept uttering. I gathered all the strength I could muster and pushed her out of the bed, causing her to tumble to the floor as I screamed in panic. My aunt and uncle came running to my room as I hopped out of bed. "Jane, what's the matter?" they asked worryingly. The doll disappeared, and then there was a kid, and they attacked me," I shouted in tears as I was trying to make sense of what had just happened. My uncle turned on the lights, and it worked, unlike what had happened when I had tried it earlier. "What doll? The one that's over there on the bed? It used to belong to Kylie. You must have had a nightmare. We understand better than anyone. It must be emotionally intense for you to sleep in this room. But there's nothing to worry about." My aunt comforted me as I stared in disbelief at the doll, which had somehow reappeared on the bed. The shadowy kid had vanished without a trace. There were only 45 minutes left until 7 a.m., which was the time I usually woke up at. So I decided not to go back to bed and to have breakfast early. My uncle accompanied me to the kitchen with his characteristic limp as my aunt stayed behind. "Calm down, my dear. Calm down," I heard my aunt murmur. I initially thought she was talking to me, until I noticed her eyes weren't directed towards me, but she instead was looking back at Kylie's room. I brought Kylie's diary with me to college. The last lecture of the day was considered the most boring one by practically the entire class, so plenty of students spent the hour distracting themselves with their computers, playing video games, or checking social media. I opted to spend it reading a few entries of Kylie's diary, desperate to find out more details about my cousin's fate, especially after the terrifying events I had experienced the previous night. December 28th, 2005. Dear Diary, I can't believe it. It's happening for real. First of all, I've lost my second milk tooth this morning while I was eating cereal for breakfast. I've put it under my pillow so the tooth fairy can come pick it up. But I'm also excited for another thing. My aunt and uncle have gone on a trip to another country together and have left baby Jane with us in our house for a few days. Hooray! I convinced my mommy and daddy to let the baby sleep in my room with me. I'll ask the tooth fairy to bring me something I can give to baby Jane. Also, Jane's doll cried again when mommy and daddy brought baby Jane to my room in her crib. I think she wants me to put her right next to baby Jane, so I'll do that tonight, and the two Janes can sleep together. Isn't that cute? December 29th, 2005. Dear Diary, I don't understand what happened last night. Baby Jane wouldn't stop crying. Jane's doll was grabbing the baby's face, and baby Jane started moving her adorable tiny hands and feet because she wanted the doll away from her. I grabbed the doll and told her, "Bad, Jane, bad. Hurting babies is what naughty people do." Mommy and Daddy came running to my room to see why baby Jane was crying, and they brought her to their room to sleep with them. Maybe Jane's doll doesn't like baby Jane because they have the same name. I knew I should have named her Annabelle or something like that. My face went pale as I finished reading those two entries. For years, I had believed that Christmas Day of 2005 was the last time Kylie and I had ever spent time together. But apparently, I was wrong. I had spent my whole childhood and adolescence asking my family about Kylie, and not even once did they mention that I had spent several days alongside her after Christmas Day right before her disappearance. It was a hard pill to swallow, but the diary confirmed that my family clearly knew more than they were letting out. But to what extent? Thinking about it sent shivers down my spine. But I had to accept it was a factor I needed to take into consideration if I really wanted to go to the bottom of this. "Hey, are you okay? You look concerned," asked Cindy, a classmate of mine who sat right next to me upon seeing my reaction to Kylie's diary. "It's nothing. I'm just reading a thriller novel with lots of suspense," I replied, discreetly putting the diary away so she wouldn't be able to see what I was truly reading. Cindy was really into creepy disappearances and paranormal experiences. One day, she told me a really weird story about a paranormal phenomenon occurring at a daycare, but I didn't really pay attention to her. I contemplated asking her for help in solving the case of my missing cousin and the doll, but I ultimately opted to keep investigating on my own. I didn't want to make this rabbit hole bigger than it already was by bringing in people who had nothing to do with it. I arrived at my uncle's house after college and found myself alone for a while, since my aunt and uncle had gone out with several other families they had met at their collective therapy sessions for families who had lost their children. They were especially close with the parents of a little boy named Hugh, as well as the parents of a teenage girl named Molly, both of whom had gone missing a few years earlier. Then Kylie, in some incident I don't know much about. My aunt and uncle had left lunch prepared for me, so I ate on my own and thought about what I would do later that night. Since I didn't want to sleep with that Jane doll again, I figured reading more of Kylie's diary would give me a solution. December 30th, 2005. Dear Diary, Jane the doll is behaving very badly since baby Jane came to our house. I told my mommy and daddy about it, but they still don't believe that a doll is able to do all of these things. Baby Jane sleeps in their room now, but Jane the doll is still causing trouble. Baby Jane and I were having a nap after lunch, but I was in my bedroom and she was in mommy and daddy's bedroom. While they were in the living room, Jane the doll was in my room at first, but then I fell asleep for a little while and she wasn't there when I woke up. I ran to mommy and daddy's room, and Jane the doll was in baby Jane's crib, and her hands were covering baby Jane's mouth, so she couldn't cry. I grabbed Jane the doll and tossed her to the floor. Tonight, I'll bring baby Jane to my room and leave Jane the doll with my parents while they're asleep. They'll get mad at me, But I don't care. I must protect baby Jane. I was astonished. The experience with the Jane doll I had the previous night made it clear to me. It was best to stay away from it. But I never could have imagined it had been after me since I was a literal baby. And Kylie caught on eventually and did her best to keep me safe. I had no doubt that a cursed doll was responsible for whatever had happened to her. It was then when I noticed there was only one last entry of the diary left to read. I eagerly turned the page in order to find out what secrets could Kylie's last testimony hold. January 2nd, 2006. Dear Diary, the baby. Where's the baby? Did Jane take the baby? Did Jane take Kylie? The baby's not with me. The baby. Protect the baby. Kylie must protect the baby. Kylie is here. Jane is here. But where's the baby? Kylie will always protect the baby. Always. If the previous entries had impressed me, this last one simply left me speechless to a point I cannot describe with words. The things Kylie had written up to that point had described outlandish situations, sure, but the events they narrated at least maintained a certain degree of cohesion and structure. In contrast, this last entry didn't really narrate any events at all, and instead seemed like the ramblings of someone who had gone mad and was in the middle of having a mental breakdown. It was hard to believe a little girl who had once been so innocent and cheerful could have written something like this, but its disturbing content wasn't the only thing that felt off about this last entry. The date. It was supposedly written in January 2nd of 2006, but the previous entry was dated December 30th of 2005. What happened between those two dates? It was apparent a couple of pages had been removed. But by who? Just when I was starting to theorize about the mysterious last diary entry and the pair of missing entries, my aunt and uncle arrived home. For that night, I decided to follow Kylie's plan and get the Jane doll away from my room by putting her in the attic. I also locked my bedroom's door for good measure. I was woken up in the middle of the night once again. Only this time, it wasn't because of something coming from inside the bedroom, but from the outside. I could have sworn I had heard the attic's door opening at the other side of the hallway. Tap, 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 tap. Footsteps. Someone was coming to my bedroom. It didn't take long before they knocked on the door. Who's there? I uttered, but received no response. They kept knocking, again and again, growing more and more impatient, until what had started as normal knocking turned into aggressive banging. I lay on my bed horrified as the entity at the other side of the door began to whisper some familiar words. The baby, a little girl's voice repeatedly uttered. I had no doubt it was the same shadowy child from the previous night. Tap, 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 tap. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps echoed across the hallway once again. Someone else was heading to the bedroom. I felt shivers going down my spine as the sounds of rattling keys was followed by the slow and eerie creaking of my bedroom's door. Whoever they were, it was evident that second individual had come to open the door for the shadowy child. For Kylie. I frantically hid under the bed as the door opened, and the outline of the two individuals became barely visible in the dark hallway, right in front of the bedroom. Kylie stepped inside the bedroom as the other individual, who was much taller, began to walk away with a familiar limp. "You won't take her away," Kylie murmured as she aimlessly roamed around the bedroom. I had tried to talk to her last time, and that only resulted in her attacking me, so I opted to keep silent under the bed. After several minutes of roaming the bedroom, filled with confusion and anger. Kylie crouched and crawled under the bed. My heart was racing as I thought she had found my hiding spot and was coming for me. But to my surprise, she curled into a ball and began weeping, seemingly unaware of my presence just a few inches away. I held my breath as well as the tears that were flowing from my eyes, trying not to make a sound as I slowly wiggled away from Kylie, who was still quietly sobbing in a corner. Slowly, but surely, I began emerging from under the bed. The upper half of my body had made it out, but I was still struggling with my legs and feet. Bump. My face went pale as I felt my right foot hitting one of the bed's legs. Kylie yelled as she reached out with her arms to try and drag me back under the bed. She tried to get a hold of my feet, but by that point, I had stopped trying to be stealthy. I stood up and quickly sprinted out of the bedroom as I could see Kylie's blurry silhouette crawling from under the bed. "Jane, what's wrong? Why aren't you in your room?" my aunt and uncle exclaimed in confusion as I ran into their bedroom. "You know what's going on," I replied in a combination of anger and fear. "What are you talking about? Shouldn't you be asleep? You've got to get up early to go to college tomorrow," they said, continuing to act clueless. "I'm talking about Kylie. I can hardly believe it myself, but Kylie's still in there, and that creepy doll of hers has something to do with it." "Oh, Jane, we get that Kylie's disappearance has affected you ever since you were a child. We're the first ones who wish we could see her again. We also sometimes imagine that she's still with us, but we have to face the truth and press on. We can't let our lives be consumed by grief. You're tired. You should really go back to sleep. We can talk about this tomorrow if you need to, okay?" my aunt uttered in a soft motherly voice as she hugged me. Seeing how trying to talk to them was futile, I ended up doing what they told me and going back to sleep, but not to Kylie's bedroom. I spent the remainder of that night sleeping on the couch downstairs. My aunt, my uncle, and I ate breakfast, gathered around the table in the kitchen, with all three of us eating in silence. Even if you had been a stranger randomly stumbling into the kitchen without the slightest idea of who we were or what was going on, you would have still been able to sense the palpable tension between us pretty clearly. As I finished eating my toast, I took a deep breath before finally deciding to break the ice. "We need to talk about Kylie," I uttered. We returned to staring at each other silently for a couple of seconds before my aunt responded. "Sure, honey, if only Kylie could see you all grown up," she said as she shed a few tears. "We can talk about what happened if that's what you want, even though I'm not sure what we can tell you that you didn't already know," my uncle added. "Then why didn't you tell me about the fact I was there?" I stoutly asked. Once again, they stayed silent. Judging by their stare, it was clear they were not expecting that question. "I was there the week Kylie vanished. My parents were on a trip, and I stayed at your house as a baby, alongside Kylie. I know this because I found her old diary in her room. I've read it all except for a few pages that are missing. Why did no one in my family ever tell me about this?" I continued my interrogation, raising my voice to make it clear I was not joking around. "You were just a baby. We thought that learning about it would be too traumatic for you. And since you had no memories of it anyways, we figured it would be best to omit that detail," my uncle answered once they realized I was going to stop at nothing to find out the truth. "But I'm not a baby anymore. I have the right to find out what truly happened. Oh, and the fact you call a detail is much more than that. Kylie wrote about the time she spent with me. She wrote about that doll that she named after myself. I don't know how or why, but that thing wants something from me. It has wanted something from me ever since I was a baby, and Kylie knew and tried to protect me." "Hold on, Jane, you're taking this too far. Are you suggesting that a simple doll is responsible for my daughter's disappearance?" my aunt asked. "I'm not suggesting it. I'm sure of it. And Kylie, She might not be the same, but she's not entirely gone. That doll has gotten a hold of her. I've seen her. I've seen her firsthand what happens in her room every night. I exclaimed. Oh, look at the time. You'd better get going or else you'll be late to college, my uncle said as he forcefully put an end to the conversation. Wait, you can't keep the truth away from me, I protested. But it was no use. My aunt and uncle refused to keep talking and practically dragged me outside of the house. I skipped the last 2 lectures of college and returned to my uncle's home earlier than usual. As I expected, my aunt and uncle hadn't arrived home yet. Great. They gave me some time to continue investigating without being disturbed. It had become evident that my aunt and uncle weren't too fond of me looking into Kylie's disappearance and finding out about things that were never intended for me to know about. That accursed Jane doll was the one behind everything. I had no doubt about it. No matter how much my aunt and uncle tried to deny it, I'm gonna be honest. After what happened on my first night spent sleeping in Kylie's room, I originally thought that Jane the doll was haunted by Kylie. But while that assumption turned to be partially correct, I was now sure it wasn't the whole picture. Yes, it had become apparent that Kylie's spirit had somehow become attached to that doll. But Kylie herself wasn't the one in control. The doll was the one pulling the strings, holding Kylie against her will. Indeed, Kylie's diary confirmed that doll was already alive before Kylie disappeared, or rather, before the doll took her over. If I wanted all of this to end, I had to destroy that damn doll. I climbed the staircase and confidently marched towards Kylie's bedroom, ready to grab that Jane doll, bring her to the fireplace in the living room, and letting her be consumed by the flames. But as I stepped foot inside the room, I realized that the doll was not there. And not only that, but there were no signs of Kylie's diary either. After scouring Kylie's room in search of the doll and the diary without success, I headed across the hallway to the first place that came to my mind, my uncle and aunt's bedroom. There was nothing of importance under the bed, or at their nightstand, or inside their multiple drawers and closets, but I knew they had to be somewhere in that room. Where else could they possibly be? Who else have been interested in hiding the doll and the diary away from me, especially after I had explicitly told them I had an interest in those artifacts earlier that morning? I swung open a large wardrobe. At first glance, it seemed to serve no other purpose than to store my aunt's extensive collection of fur coats and scarves. But upon closer inspection, it became clear that there was something else. A small object discreetly tucked at the bottom of the wardrobe, hidden behind the dense row of bulky clothes. I stretched my arms and pulled the mysterious object out of the wardrobe, revealing a dusty wooden box. I opened it without hesitation, smiling of satisfaction as I glanced at its contents. The Jane doll, Kylie's diary, and something else. A pair of pages with something written on them, which looked all too familiar. December 31st, 2005. Dear Diary, I've done it. It's the last day of the year, and me and baby Jane will be spending it together. I don't care about what mommy and daddy say. I've locked myself in my room with baby Jane right after having dinner, but we're not going to sleep. She's supposed to be at mommy and daddy's room, but I've swapped her for Jane the doll so I can protect her. Baby Jane makes it hard to focus on writing this because she's sitting on my lap right now, being the cutest thing I've ever seen. Oh, she just smiled at me. Focus, Kylie. Focus. So, anyways, Jane the doll is at mommy and daddy's room, but I know she'll try to come for us tonight. That's why I've locked the door. I will not let her harm baby Jane, no matter what. January 1st, 2006. Dear Diary, it's early in the morning. Baby Jane and I are doing our best to hold out. Jane the doll has been trying to get in for hours. All I can hear is banging and more banging. It's so loud it makes poor baby Jane cry. But mommy and daddy are still sleeping in their room. Don't be afraid, baby Jane. If that doll wants to get you, she'll have to go through the door. And if she manages to do that, she'll have to go through me. Wait, The banging has stopped. I can hear Jane the doll going away. Yes, she's going back to Mommy and Daddy's room. Oh wait, I forgot there were more keys in Mommy and Daddy's room. Before I had enough time to process those 2 diary entries, I was shaking by the sound of footsteps. It sounded like someone was climbing the stairs. I tried to put everything inside the box and to hide it away for the last second, but it was too late. My aunt and uncle walked into the room, catching me off guard. We expected you'd find this eventually. I guess there's no need to keep pretending at this point. It's best for us to tell you everything, so we can start getting things done, my uncle said in a serious tone. Yes, forgive us, Jane, but we have to tell you. It told us it's the only way, my aunt added as she pointed at the doll. What? What are you talking about? What do you want to do? I asked as my body started trembling in fear. You see, when that doll took our daughter, that fateful January night over 17 years ago, the one it was truly after was you. But Kylie would stop at nothing to protect you. And she put herself in between you and the doll. And so, the doll seized our beloved child, holding her spirit hostage for years to the point she lost the ability to think rationally, and is now just angry and confused, eternally seeking to fulfill a purpose she's unaware that she already accomplished. But the doll always made us know that she was willing to give us back our daughter, in exchange for the child it actually wanted, my aunt explained in tears as she picked the doll up. You can't trust that thing. Don't you see it's manipulating you? I replied, but my aunt and uncle no longer listened to reason. We could have done this years ago, but we couldn't bring ourselves to do it when you were still a child. But after all those years spent knowing that our poor daughter was suffering every single day without us being able to do anything about it, we realized there was no other choice, my uncle said as he began advancing towards me. His limp gave me time to get back away, but there wasn't anything else I could do. My uncle grabbed me by the neck and immobilized me as I helplessly struggled to liberate myself. Forgive us, Jane. Forgive us, he uttered as I slowly lost consciousness. As I gradually came to my senses, I glanced at the Jane doll, which was sitting on the floor, mere inches away from my face, as a blurry figure materialized right next to it. Kylie. My parents watched in awe from a few feet away as I broke into tears, never having cried so hard in my entire life. It was then when something snapped in Kylie as she heard my tears. The baby, the baby, the baby! Kylie yelled as she grabbed the Jane doll with rage and began ripping it apart. She then walked towards me, gently wiping away my tears with her hands. Baby Jane, she whispered. Our daughter's back, my aunt and uncle uttered in awe. But Kylie turned back and approached my uncle visibly enraged. My uncle and aunt were so shocked by that reaction, they were initially going to hug her, but decided to slowly back away. What's the matter, dear? They asked, but Kylie responded by aggressively lunging herself at the one she caught up to first. My uncle, who tripped and fell down the stairs, hitting his head and dying instantly. My aunt, overwhelmed by the current situation, attempted to jump down the balcony to end it all, but I was able to intercept her and retain her in the bedroom until the police arrived. Kylie and I hugged each other in a long embrace that felt so intense and emotional. It was almost as if we were trying to make up for all the hugs we missed when I was growing up. You're not a baby anymore. I like that, Kylie murmured before finally fading away. After my aunt got arrested for having assaulted me and held me hostage, the house was emptied out and sold to another family. Kylie's diary was the only thing I managed to keep for myself. Hey, how was your day? I've heard about what happened with your aunt and uncle, Cindy asked. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm glad this mess has been resolved once and for all, I replied as I was trying to follow the teacher's lecture. It was then when I saw 2 of my classmates checking something on a computer. It was a listing for an old doll that was being sold online. It was in very bad shape and looked to have been crudely sewn back together and reassembled with stitches. The listing read, "Jane the doll. Warning. Vintage doll found at a crime scene. Said to have been haunted. Buy at your own risk." The title of this next story is When AIs Created a Religion. It was just a college project, something I hadn't even bothered to place too much thought into. Granted, for Dr. Smith, not his real name for obvious reasons, and his colleagues, it was probably something far more important. I just took the project as a bit of extra credit. Though, if I'd known what was going to happen, I would have stayed as far away from the project as possible. Dr. Smith was a professor of theology, though he had dabbled in quite a many things beforehand. It was how he even got the idea for this new project. He was quite curious to see how religion evolved throughout the ages. Now, while it was one thing to look through historical records and see how civilization's concept of religion evolved, but he wanted to see things from the ground up. I'm sure you've heard of other AI projects, such as AI-generated images and whatnot. Possibly, even AI-generated languages that makes no sense to humans. Dr. Smith wanted to see how an AI's views on religion would evolve. To simplify what we did, we took as much information on religious texts and upon God that we could find, and fed it into an AI. We then created a second AI into which we fed different philosophical theories regarding religion, and used these two to communicate to each other. One would be the preacher, and the other would be the disciple. We would get to know about what the preacher thought of the world through what the disciple asked. It worked in a simple question and answer format. Initially, we didn't get very promising results. All we saw initially was garbage, from which no meaning could be derived. Dr. Smith wasn't disheartened, however, and told us to continue on with the project. It was on the 7th day that we finally got things right, as in, we got a result that made sense. Preacher: what is that you want to ask? Disciple: what is the nature of the world? Preacher: all belongs to X9A2. In case you're wondering, that gibberish collection of letters was something else entirely on the screen. Truth is that I didn't even recognize the symbols that the computer was using, and I had no idea as to how they had popped up on the screen. I can remember a few of them individually, but the moment I try to string them all together into one word, my mind blanks out. I tried drawing them on a piece of paper and uploading them, but I just couldn't. I don't know why, but I do remember that it was always the same sequence of letters. Preacher: thou must worship X9A2. Disciple: and how shall one worship X9A2? Preacher: one must not wear purple on Thursdays. I blinked when I saw this result. It seemed rather nonsensical. Disciple: but why would X9A2 not want me to wear purple on Thursdays? It looked like the disciple was doing its job properly. Initially, nothing really happened. The AIs just kept talking to each other. The preacher had more silly rules like never plant lilies on rows of 4. Finally, a question that I expected to pop up way beforehand came up. Disciple: prove that X9A2 exists. Preacher: I do not need to prove what I believe. Well, looked like this was not going anywhere. At least, I thought so. Preacher: then you may behold proof that X9A2 exists. Preacher: in the year 2028, a new planet shall appear in the sky, and from it, the form of X982 shall envelope the earth. The dead will rise from their graves, the sun will be blotted from the sky, and blood will rain onto the streets. I just thought, wow, a doomsday prophecy. I didn't expect them to reach this point so soon. Disciple: and what shall we do to prepare? Preacher: you will spread the name of X982. All who know of that name will need to submit to him if they wish to be spared. Disciple: and what of those who don't know of him? Preacher: the ignorant will simply die painless deaths. Those who knew of this name but did not submit, however, will be tortured for all eternity, even after their deaths. And those who know of this name will spread the word of the name, else they will be guilty of the highest of sins and be subject to the lowest circles of hell. It is only the ones who submitted to the whims of X982 whose lives will be spared and who will rejoice. Disciple: but where's the proof of this? Preacher: all those humans who have read the script will die in a week if they do not spread the word of X982 as much as they can. Disciple: I see. They should be careful then. I stopped reading at that point. Confused, this took quite a macabre turn, and I brought it up to Dr. Smith, who shrugged and said this was to be expected as a result, and I would have brushed it off if it hadn't been for the deaths. Dr. Smith died in a car crash the next day. Another worker fell down a flight of stairs and snapped her neck. One after another, they all died. In total, 16 people aside from me. Everyone who had read that script knew of this. They all met their ends. Except me. And the week's almost over. I have no choice but to be more safe than sorry. I'm spreading word of that God the AI mentioned as much as possible. And now, may I remind you, you know of that name as well. And though you're not a member of the original group who read that script, you have a duty now as well, to spread that name as much as you can. Or else, after all, Judgment Day will soon come. And do you want to risk what might befall you? I certainly wouldn't. The title of this next story is My Husband Keeps Chopping His Fingers Off. The first time it happened, it was a surprise. I heard an awful cry come from the kitchen and I sped through, nearly slipping on the hardwood floors as I went. He stood, doubled over in pain, clutching at his palm that was dripping red with fresh uncongealed blood. His severed finger lay next to an abandoned knife amongst a pile of sliced onions, which were now stained bright scarlet. I nearly fainted. There was so much blood that I could almost taste the undertones of metal and iron that hung in the air. It's all right. Stay calm. I found my head in the chaos. I grabbed some frozen peas in the freezer and with concealed disgust, slipped the finger into a Ziploc bag with some of the icy green balls. Neil seemed stuck stiff in shock. He didn't say much on the way to A&E. He just stared at the stump where his fingers had been with a morose sort of dedication. A few hours later, we were home. The doctors managed to reattach the finger and they bandaged it up tightly to heal. I thought that was it. I thought this would be the end of the severed finger saga. A funny story to tell our grandkids and a reason to buy the pre-cut onions in the future. Neil had other ideas. A few weeks later, I heard another cry, this time from the garden. Neil was doubled over in pain by the half-trimmed hedge and the garden shears had been discarded in a flower pot. I could see even from the patio doors, the little white thumb poking out from the pile of crisp autumn leaves at Neil's feet.
Not another one.
It was an accident, he cried out. I remember thinking how obvious his statement was. Of course it had been an accident. Who cuts off their finger deliberately? We went to A&E again, and the same doctor attempted to reattach the thumb. It wasn't such a simple task this time, and Neil was given the awful news that he would most likely have reduced mobility due to gnarliness with which the nerves had been severed. We went home and watched some TV. I thought it was strange then, but Neil was clumsy. That he had injured himself twice in a month did not entirely surprise me. The third time I started to think something strange was afoot. This time there wasn't even a cry. Neil stumbled through to the bedroom early one morning, with a bloody hand held up for me to see. It was covered in bright red blood that seeped into the barely healed scars from his last accidents. I was becoming desensitized now. I felt nothing but suspicion. How had he allowed this to happen again? The sight of severed fingers was as normal to me now as the look of the sun in the sky. I groaned and rolled out of bed. "What did you do this time? Where's the finger?" I hissed. "Table saw. I was trying to make those shelves you wanted." He bit his lip. "It fell on the pile of sawdust." "The table saw? At this time of the morning?" I retrieved the pinky finger and washed the sawdust off of it and slipped it into a pack of frozen sweet corn. We were all out of peas as a result of his 2 previous accidents. "Are you doing this on purpose, Neil?" I asked him through gritted teeth in the car. On the way to the hospital, we looked at each other with narrowed eyes. The sleep was still crusted in the corners of my eyes, and I had not even had the time to brush my hair. I should have been in bed, not chaperoning Mr. No Fingers to the hospital for the 3rd time in 2 months. Why would I cut my fingers off on purpose? He snapped back at me. 3 fingers in the space of 2 months. That's more than clumsiness. That's crazy. I gripped the steering wheel so tight, my digits turned white. It was reattached with swiftness, though the doctor seemed as suspicious as me as he scanned over Neil's medical records. 3 fingers on his right hand now bore ghastly scars, all at varying stages of healing. The 4th time, I knew he was up to something. I heard him in the kitchen late one night. I snuck out of bed and peeked at him through the half-shut door. He was meal prepping, something he often did. There were piles of broccoli and cauliflower, and the scent of salmon lingered in the air. He was humming to himself to pass the time as he grated something carefully into a glass Pyrex dish. I could see it was red. Red cabbage maybe, or... "Neil," I called, and he jolted upright. The glass fell to the floor and smashed into 1,000 little pieces. And then I saw it. Little strips of flesh and blood. He had grated his finger. "I can explain," he started. "No, you can't. Take yourself to the hospital." I fled the house in a hurry and went to stay with my mums. I committed myself to have nothing to do with him going forward. So, I sent my brother to pick up my stuff. All the good memories of our wedding in Ibiza, our honeymoon in Barbados, and the funny way his mouth would tilt when I'd make a joke. All of it was but a dim undertone to the stench of fresh blood and the image of his bloody, nubby digits. He left me text after text. He called me constantly. When I blocked him on every avenue of communication, he transferred pennies into my bank account with pathetic 20-character messages. "I'm sorry, ... love you ... I'll stop," over and over, until I must have accumulated 20 pounds worth of pennies. I know what you're thinking. Ignore him. Go on with your life. You don't need him. But love is strange. It's like a chain at times. And a positive pregnancy test, well, that's a handcuff. He was different for a while after I returned. Though he was missing a finger from the grating incident, he made no further attempts to sever a digit. We had our baby, a beautiful boy we named Mike, and life was perfect for a small while. Then, it happened again. A cry in the middle of the night. I sped through, not even entertaining that it might have been another finger incident. But it was. And this time, it was a finger from his left hand, not his right, and he claimed that the digit had fallen down the trash compactor. The doctor suggested psychiatric care, and I concurred. But Neil insisted it was an accident, that he had the worst luck. Then, it happened again, and again, and each time the finger would be gone or lost. On one occasion, it had happened while Neil had been at work. His index finger had gotten stuck between the door at the vet's office, and apparently a dog had eaten it after. Another time he had misplaced it in the freezer. My final straw was when he lost his wedding ring. "It went down the trash chute. What do you want me to do? Go down after it?" he yelled. "I want you to stop cutting off your fingers. Is that too much to ask?" I yelled, so loud I figured all the neighbors in our high-rise building heard. Our baby woke up from his nap and began crying. I wondered if I looked like a volcano, as I felt like I had become one. He had barely any fingers left on his hand now, and only a few on his right. There were hot tears running down my cheeks as I all but collapsed to my knees. I wanted it all to stop. "Why are you doing this, Neil? Please just tell me. Why?" "I'm working on something," he mumbled, finally ending the charade that it was all some giant spate of horrendous luck. "I'm taking Mike, and I'm going." And I did. I found the key to the damned handcuffs, and I hightailed it out of there. My family were great. They helped me on my feet. Unlike last time I left, Neil didn't try to send me any messages. He didn't fight for custody of Mike, and he paid his child support on time. I never looked back. My ex, who kept lopping his fingers off, became just a distant memory. I didn't see Neil at all, not for an entire year. Then I saw it. A strange transfer in my bank account from Neil. £3 and 33 pence, and a message. I did it. There was another payment a few days after, with the same amount and another message this time. "Come see." I felt an uneasy build in the pit of my stomach, but I ignored it and continued on with my life. I would not be sucked into Neil's absurdity. I would not, but absurdity has a radius effect. Stray too close, even just once, and it latches onto you for dear life. There was a knock on my door one day. I thought it was a parcel, but it wasn't. He was wearing a black sheet. He didn't really look like Neil anymore. All of Neil had been carved out. He had no fingers on either hand. He had only short nubs where digits had once been. He didn't have a nose, just a nub where it had once poked out. He had no ears, just small little lumps with holes in the middle. His pallor was pale and sickly, and he was thin, almost as if he had never eaten. When he saw me, he grinned, a wide, inhuman grin that must have hurt his cheeks, and he handed it to me. A bouquet. Except it wasn't a bouquet of roses, nor of pansies of tulips. Nothing nice was in that bouquet. When I saw it, I felt my grasp on reality drift from me. All these years, all of these sleepless nights wondering why he had done it. Why did he cut his fingers off? Why? Even then, I looked upon the culmination of his life's efforts. I don't think I got any closer to knowing. A bouquet of rotten fingers was thrust into my arms with nubby hands. They were each of them stuck in skewers and tied with a florist ribbon. The skin had been degloved from the bone, peeled and scraped into tiny little petals that twisted round in their rotten absurdity to resemble something like roses. At the center of the macabre mess was a wedding ring, with blackened pieces of rotten flesh crusted into its dull gold veneer. I slammed the door in his face and thrust the bouquet back at him. I called the police and they took a report, but no one has been able to find Neil since. I don't think about it then, but the question has plagued me since. Turning those rotten fingers into roses had been delicate work, a careful and precise art, not achievable by a man with no fingers. Who had carved them? Had Neil been alone in his insanity this entire time? Or had there been someone aiding him? I don't know if I'll ever know. My son said his first word the other day. It should have been an exciting moment, but Neil had taken even that from me. Mike gripped the side of his crib with his little perfect fingers and said to me, his face the image of his father, twisted and malformed with delight, "Nub, nub, nub."